Chair, thank you. This morning, the inquiry will hear evidence from the bereaved families of those who died while under the care of trusts in Essex. We will hear evidence today from Victoria Sebastian. Victoria is going to give evidence about her daughter, Elise Sebastian, who was born on the 24th of May 2004 and who died on the 19th of April 2021, aged just 16. Chair, as with previous days, there may be aspects of today's evidence that are difficult to listen to. For some people, it may not be possible to sit through the session. As with other days, anyone in the inquiry room should feel free to leave at any time. May I take this opportunity to remind those engaging with the inquiry that emotional support is available for all who require it. Present here again today are emotional support staff from Hestia, an experienced provider of emotional support at these types of hearings. They are currently in this room and can be identified by their orange-coloured scarves. There is a private room downstairs where those who need emotional support can talk to Hestia support staff, or, if you prefer, you can speak to a member of the inquiry team and we will put you in touch with the emotional support staff. Inquiry staff are wearing purple-coloured lanyards. For those following the hearing online, information about the emotional support that is available can be found on the Lampard Inquiry website at lampardinquiry.org.uk, and the support tab is near the top right-hand corner. We want everyone engaging with this inquiry in whatever way to feel safe and supported. Could we have the witness sworn, please?
Do I have to stand up? No, you can remain seated. That's absolutely fine. So this is the card for you to read. Do I have to do it now? Okay. I, Victoria Sebastian, swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. The first thing I'm going to ask you to do is to state your name for the record, please.
Victoria Sebastian.
Thank you. The second thing I'm going to ask you to do, I think, please, Vicky, is just to move your chair slightly forward towards the microphones, just to make sure that they can pick up your evidence. You've asked that I call you Vicky during this morning's oral evidence, so I'll do that.
Thank you.
Vicky, you are the mother of Elise Sebastian,
I am.
who, as we've said, was born on the 24th of May 2004 and died on the 19th of April 2021, aged just 16. Vicky, you first came before this inquiry in September 2024 when we were hearing commemorative evidence in Chelmsford, and you gave then commemorative evidence about Elise, about her life, and about the impact of her loss on your family. We thank you for that evidence and for your evidence today. Vicky, you've now provided to us, and you will have a copy of it in front of you, a witness statement under Rule 9, which runs to 51 pages. The thing that I'm going to ask you to do before we begin is to turn, please, to page 48 of that statement. Do you have it? That is the page that was dated, so we can see it's the 9th of March 2026. And although your signature is now redacted for privacy reasons, that is the page where you made a statement of truth and signed.
Yes.
And just to check, sitting here today, are you content that the content of your witness statement is true and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. I should also say you're accompanied today by your legal representative who is here to support you while you give your evidence. Thank you. Vicky, you tell us at the very start of your statement that you make this statement from your own recollection of events, as well as from your own knowledge from the inquest into Elise's death, and from analysis of what records you do have in relation to Elise's care and treatment. Is that right?
Yes.
You endured what I think you describe as a gruelling inquest process before a jury in 2025.
Yes.
It ran for almost a full month and concluded on the 28th of May of last year.
It did, yeah.
The jury did conclude that Elise's death was contributed to by neglect on the part of the trust. And 9 months after May 2025, the coroner issued a prevention of future death report to the trust. One of the things that I think you are very keen for this inquiry to understand is that your witness statement to us about Elise's life is not simply an account of symptoms or incidents or events, and that what you are very keen to get across to us is that it's an account of the challenges that shaped her life.
Yes.
It's an account of her courage,
Yes.
and it's an account of the failings that she, and therefore you as a family, endured.
Yes.
Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
You tell us much later in your statement that looking back, because it was now 5 years ago that you lost your daughter, you do not consider that any of those responsible for any aspect of Elise's care and treatment really understood either her or the extent of her suffering. Is
No.
that a fair summary?
Yes, it is.
Can we talk first, please, about what Elise was like as a young child? I understand that she was the youngest of your 4 children.
She was, yeah.
And you tell us a little in the early part of your statement about how, even as quite a young child, you felt that she was different from your other children and from other children.
Yeah, it was, at first, obviously, I understood that she was the baby of them, so she was very much my baby
Yes.
in every aspect.
Yes.
But as she got older, I realised that actually she wasn't becoming any more independent. Like, she would still hold on to my trousers everywhere we went. She'd
Yes.
be with me at all times. She couldn't, like, go from one room to another without literally wanting to take every toy with her, you know, like everything that mattered to her
Yes.
had to be with her at all times.
She would carry with her the things that made her feel safe. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah. She was renowned for having a backpack with like every single doll in it,
Yes.
and to the point where I bought her a drag-along suitcase because it was much easier for her than try and squeeze them into a little backpack.
Did you say you bought her a suitcase?
Yeah, just like a little kid's one because it was easier. She was trying to get all her
like a wheelie
Barbies and
trolley.
stuff.
A wheel-along one, I understand. And one of the things that you tell us about what you noticed was that even as a young child, apart from sort of not coming to hit what we might describe as ordinary milestones of independence, she appeared to you to be both incredibly sensitive to the world around her
Very much so.
and incredibly anxious.
Very much so. The anxiety started as when she sort of like got to around 10ish, but I didn't really notice because she was my baby and I was quite happy to spend as much time with me as though she wanted to spend with me.
Of course. So at first you didn't really notice it. She was the baby of the family. You loved being with her, loved her being with you. You did everything together.
Yep.
I understand both from your witness statement and from the commemorative evidence that you provided that yours was then and remains a very close family.
Very much so, yeah.
One of the things you tell us is that as quite a young child, Elise would sometimes become so intensely anxious that she would vomit.
Yeah, she had, I think they called it a metaphobia. She had a fear of being sick.
Yes.
No, the fear was of being sick.
Yes.
But obviously now it makes sense because she had prolapsed bowel, so maybe like anything that would make her feel a little bit unwell.
Make her stomach upset.
Would make her, yeah. So she wasn't ever sick as a child. She was just sick one day when she came home from school, and that was it forever. Like anyone was sick, anyone who remotely didn't feel very well, that's how she would panic that she would be sick.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you mentioned prolapse. Let's go on to that, because one of the other, Elise also endured a number of very serious physical health problems.
She did.
So let's deal with those so that they are clear. From quite early childhood, you tell us that she suffered frequently with severe abdominal pain.
She did.
And rectal bleeding.
Yeah.
Those episodes of pain or bleeding were obviously frightening for her.
Yes, yeah, of course so, yeah. We had to keep food diaries and things like that. Like, it had to be something else, always.
What do you mean?
Like, we'd keep food diaries or something, it had to be like she weren't drinking enough. No one wanted to investigate, you know.
I see.
It was always, you know, have you tried this, have you tried that, does she drink enough, you know.
I see. So you took her from early childhood.
Yeah, from about 2, we were back and forth from the doctors. It was always drink this medication every day, do this, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, and there was never anyone wanting to, help me.
Yes.
I just looked like a very over-anxious mum.
Is that how you were made to feel?
Yeah, of course. You know, but my other 2 children didn't really go to the doctors unless it was important. But with Elise, we spent an awful lot of time backwards and forwards from the doctors because, you know, I'm the one who's sitting in the bathroom with her holding hands while she's crying because she can't go to the toilet.
Yes.
That's me, looking like she's going to pass out.
Yes.
You know, and it was really distressing for both of us.
Of course.
Mostly her, obviously, but
yes.
Yeah.
And extremely painful for her and worrying. It frightened her.
Very much so.
So you made sustained efforts over the course of her childhood to take her to doctors to say, no, there's really something wrong.
Yes.
You are very clear in saying you were not listened to.
100%.
And in fact, all of your fears were borne out because it was discovered just prior to Elise's death that she was suffering from an internal rectal prolapse.
Yes.
And she was, at that stage, too late, in your eyes, put on a waiting list for the required treatment.
Yeah. Well, Elise was made to feel like that she had health anxiety from when she was like 11 or so. Yes. I remember she would get up and she'd want to go to school and she'd spend ages doing her hair and and then when she would get to school, she would panic. And I know that she didn't used to go into the toilet if anyone was in the house, if anyone can hear her.
Yes.
So because she had obviously it makes sense that she had an overwhelming need to feel like she needs to go to the toilet 24/7, like all of the time. She didn't want to go in school because she needed to go to, and she needed to go, but she didn't want anyone to know.
To know.
Yeah. So she would behave like she had an alien in her belly, like something needed to, and she would be in pain.
Yes.
So I'd take her to A&E and we see over and over again, we see lots of different doctors and they told her it was all in her head and that she needed therapy.
I see.
And that's the very first day that it meant Wealth was ever, but we was in A&E because of her stomach.
I understand. So, Vicky, I'm going to ask you, I know this is very difficult, I'm going to ask you to try to slow your speech, only because it's all right. Please don't apologise. It's really hard. These are incredibly difficult things for me to ask you to talk about.
Yeah, it's just sorry.
I know it's so difficult. It is only because I want the transcriber to be able to accurately record your evidence because it is so important. I'll keep reminding you because it's really difficult and this is unnatural and I understand all of that. So can I understand? I want to ensure that I understand this correctly. By the time she was about 11, your sustained attempts to have someone actually investigate these ongoing, really serious bowel problems resulted in clinicians telling both Elise and you that it was an anxiety, that it was in her head. Yeah,
basically, I just remember him saying, "Do you think it's in her head?" And she was sitting there, and I'm thinking, "Well, no, it's in her stomach." you know.
Yes, and nothing in her head, to state the obvious, would have explained rectal bleeding on a frequent basis.
No, I still have pictures on my phone to this day where she would send me them when I was at work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this right? And you must tell me if I'm summarising wrongly. It was that suggestion as a result of what it turned out you were right to believe was a serious physical health problem.
Yes.
It was that suggestion, both to her and to you, that it might all be in her head, that it might be an anxiety symptom, that she might need therapy, that I think you said led Elise down a mental health route.
Yeah.
That was the start.
Yeah. So roughly around the same time, I started to realise that as Elise went to secondary school, that there's a possibility she could be autistic, because when all the other kids stopped talking about toys and playing, she was lost, so lost.
She couldn't find her place.
She couldn't, no.
I understand, and I remember you explaining that once she hit that transition period into secondary school, and I think we can sort of accept that children's friendships, teens' friendships become more complex.
Yeah.
And then moving on from Harry Potter or whatever it was, she couldn't find how to stabilise herself in that environment anymore.
Yes.
So is this what you just said, forgive me, that's when you as a family or you as a mother began to think, I wonder if Elise might be autistic?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Before we... I'm so sorry, go ahead, I don't want to interrupt
it's fine.
you.
I was just going to say, because socially she was really struggling.
In what way? Tell us a little bit about how that was she very socially anxious?
Yeah, she didn't really like, I suppose, like, when she went to secondary school, she had a mobile phone, so like she
Yes.
would be texting her friends, and she would not quite understand how they might be putting it across.
Yes.
And she would be like, oh, I don't think my friend does want to talk to me anymore.
Yes.
Or he's got the hump with me because of the way he said it. And I used to have to say to her, do you think he might have meant it like that?
So you
But
had
she used to be so hard on herself because
Yes.
she felt like she couldn't maintain friendships, and there was
Yes.
something wrong with her, and there was nothing wrong with her at
I
all.
understand.
She just needed
support.
to be understood.
Yes, I understand. Let's come back, if we can, please, to Elise's autism diagnosis. I just want to stick for a moment with the physical health challenges that Elise endured, because the other thing that you tell us is that she had a form of scoliosis,
Yes.
a complex spinal deformity.
She did.
Now, to add to all the other issues that Elise had the courage to deal with in going to school every day, I understand that for a period of about 2 years, she had to wear a very bulky back brace.
Yep.
It was uncomfortable.
It was hot.
It was hot. It was obvious.
Yes.
Other children were deeply unkind to her about it.
Yep.
The teasing, which I think turned into bullying, impacted her confidence even further.
Yeah, she started to like refuse to wear it. She would get really upset. She knew, like when she was at home, when we go on holidays or whatever, she would keep it on, and
Yes.
you know, but not in school.
No. Because of the bullying. Is that right?
Yeah.
What you tell us is that by the age of around about 10 or 11, there was simply so much for her to cope with as a little girl that she started to self-harm, I think initially by cutting her arms. Is that right?
She did.
What sort of age did she start self-harming?
About 11.
So just before she went to secondary school? Or?
No, she was 11. So maybe
So
about
once-
11, 12. Yeah.
So once she was in secondary school?
Yeah.
At about the same time, my understanding from your witness statement is that when she was about 12, there was a referral to CAMS, so community sort of outpatient appointments. And one of your enduring frustrations is that the records from CAMS from that period state that Elise was felt to be suffering from school anxiety.
Yeah.
Those are the words that are used.
Yeah.
And is this right, Vicky? I think to you that demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding about how serious the problems that Elise was facing were.
Yes.
Because she wasn't simply anxious about school.
She was really, really clever.
Yes.
Really, really, really clever and really, like, good at art, and she read way beyond before she should have.
Yes.
Etc. School wasn't a problem for her. She used to really look forward to it. She would have all her clothes done. She would do her hair like 6 times before I've even got up. You know,
Yes.
she was good. There was just something that stopped her doing that.
Yes.
So they would tell her she was a refuser.
Yes.
She did not want to go to school.
No, it
She
wasn't
just wanted
that.
help being there.
Yes. Can I ask, at that time, so during the transition into secondary school, you've told us that you started, or you as a family started to consider autism and whether or not
Yeah.
Elise might be autistic. What about CAMS or the school? Did anyone else suggest to you that that was a possibility, or did you raise it with anyone at that time?
No, well, I raised it. She was obviously having therapy and stuff, and I tried to get as many people behind me to think, well, maybe this is the situation. But I can't remember how old she was. I know there was a bit of a wait, and I think she might have been like 13, maybe. And
13.
We took her for an appointment to be like tested for autism. And we
Yes,
walked
for an
in
assessment.
They said she's not autistic.
I see. At 13.
Yeah.
Now, we know that later, at 16, 15 or 16, she was diagnosed as autistic, and we'll
Yes,
come to that.
Very much so, and they literally told her within 5 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't think that the lady didn't really do a job, a real job of it, you know. It was just we went in the room and they asked her some questions, and she comes across
Yes.
as just shy but really intelligent.
Yes, I see.
But with girls, it's just in the air, you know, and they're very good at masking it. And
yes.
she didn't want to be autistic, you know, at the end of the day. She knew why she was there, and she just wanted to be like everybody else. That's all she was ever striving to be, was the same as everybody else.
To fit in.
Yeah.
I understand. You said something about girls and their ability to mask. Mm-hmm. So can I take it that you do not consider that that first autism assessment was a thorough assessment?
Not at all.
Thank you. The other thing, before we go on, my understanding is that at 13, and connected obviously with Elise's scoliosis, she underwent major spinal surgery.
She did. And she was so brave. She was.
She had, I think, what are called myoclonic seizures, which are muscle jerks or twitches that would occur very suddenly.
Yes.
And although she was medicated for those, I think an anticonvulsant epilepsy medication.
She wasn't given medication until she was properly diagnosed.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you. Concerns were raised, as I understand it, that she might have been suffering from Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. We understand that to be a genetic disorder affecting the connective tissue.
Yeah.
So she was eventually, because we bear in mind that you have told us that from about age 2 you had been pressing clinicians and saying there's something that's plainly not right, in particular in relation to her ongoing bowel issues. She was eventually referred to, I think, the rheumatology department at Colchester Hospital. And you've set out in your witness statement some of the symptoms that were listed in that referral letter: bowel prolapse, popping joints, dislocation of small joints in her toes and hands, easy bruising and stretch marks. There was, I think, at least a 4-month wait after that referral to the rheumatology department at Colchester. And one of the things that I think, again, is a matter of enduring distress to you is that all of that came too late, and that, in fact, you were contacted by the rheumatology department to follow up those problems on the day of Elise's death.
Yeah, and I told them it's too late.
One of the things you tell us, just thinking about the autism diagnosis that finally came for Elise in March 2020, is that to you, is this right? It helped a great deal to explain a lot of things about Elise.
Yeah, because we had some, I don't know, it's like parenting lessons, which is weird because obviously she's the youngest of 4.
Say that again. I'm so sorry, Vicky. I'm struggling a little bit to hear you. Can I ask you to move forward a little bit more? It's all right. If you move your chair forward.
I always worry I'm shouting because I'm deaf.
You're not shouting, I promise.
Yeah.
Not at all.
No, we had like from her, Jo Seward, her a counsellor. She helped us to kind of have some like parenting lessons.
Okay.
Which is weird because being the youngest of 4, but it was just like in ways to speak to her.
Yes.
You know, like we had to give her little small bits of information and kind of we get to the ultimate goal, but don't
Overwhelm
go
her.
Yeah. So
Yes.
which was very helpful.
It was helpful.
Yeah.
One of the things that you say is that the problem for you is that by the time of her autism diagnosis in March 2020, you can see that Elise had already spent quite a number of years struggling without the tailored support that she otherwise might have had.
Yeah. She was just made to think that it wasn't real.
She was made to think that what? I'm so
It
sorry.
wasn't real. Like that, what she was feeling, all this is because she's not okay.
Yes.
You know?
That she was imagining the problems?
Yeah.
Is that also how you were made to feel?
No, I always knew. Because she weren't faking when she was 2.
I want to move, please, to Elise's admissions to adolescent mental health units. We'll take it at your pace, and you're going to stop me if you would like to stop and have a break, all right?
Okay.
Or your solicitor will indicate to me if you need to do that. Vicky, what you tell us is that by the time Elise was 15, she had had 4 admissions to inpatient CAMS units.
She did.
I want to look at the first, please, which was between the 4th of September and the 26th of November 2019.
Yeah.
And that was to Rochford Hospital and
It
to the
was.
CAMS unit there, which is Poplar, the Poplar unit.
Yeah.
One of the things I understand from your witness statement, you talked about Elise starting to self-harm at around about age 11.
Yeah.
But what you tell us is that by late 2019, her mental health had deteriorated very significantly. And that on the 30th of August of that year, 2019, Elise took an overdose, I think, of paracetamol, told you what she had done, and you took her to A&E at Broomfield. Is that right? Thereafter, there was a referral from what you describe as the Emotional Wellbeing and Mental Health Service to the adolescent unit at Rochford.
Yeah.
At that unit, a particular psychiatrist who we're calling Dr. A for the purpose of your evidence recommended that Elise be admitted as an inpatient for treatment and for her safety.
Yes.
That was an informal admission, so it was a voluntary admission.
Yeah, they felt it was a good idea because she'd just lost one of her friends to suicide.
Yes.
Yeah.
Losing a friend of hers to suicide had affected her very deeply.
Yes.
And one of the things that you tell us about Elise in general is that she was, I don't know that I want to quite use the phrase easily influenced, but she was strongly influenced by external factors.
Yes.
So things she saw on the internet, things she read about on the news,
Yeah.
and later, as we'll come to see, the behaviour of other young people in the CAMS units that she was admitted to.
Yeah. I believe that social media had a massive impact on this too.
You believe that?
Social media didn't help at all because that people were able to message her through Instagram.
Yes.
And that's how comes her friend ended up in hospital. And the same people done it to Elise. And then they put Elise in hospital.
Through social media?
Through Instagram.
Instagram in particular?
Yeah.
Thank you.
She asked me to take her to the police. And she told them everything that happened to her friend.
Yes.
And then I took her to the school. And they knew one of the girls.
I see.
She'd gone to another school. And that teacher still to this day believes that is one of the massive impacts on Elise's mental health.
Sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing you, but she had identified people on Instagram who had been bullying her friend.
Yeah.
And you told the school about it.
I did. Elise asked me to take her to the police station because she didn't want to show me the messages.
Right.
But apparently they was the most horrific pictures they had found on the internet of animal mutilation and self-harm, and they'd sent them to this girl and my daughter.
Thank you.
And the police have got all of that.
Thank you. One of the things you tell us is that during this first admission, so Rochford Hospital,
Yeah.
During it, so having been admitted at first as a voluntary patient, so not under section,
Yeah.
on the 21st of September, a decision was taken to convert her status as a patient and to section her under the Mental Health Act.
It was kind of a joint decision.
I see. Tell me about that.
Because Elise was, obviously Elise had massive attachment issues to me.
Yes?
So trying to leave her there was awful.
Of course.
But then I had to take this decision away because it was like so painful every day for trying to get to leave.
Yes.
Or trying to leave her, which I didn't want to do, and she didn't want me to go.
Yes.
I had to take the decision away for her to be able to leave.
Yes.
Because it was too distressing for her, because she knew she can, and I'm just not taking her.
Yes.
And I didn't want to not take her.
I understand.
I didn't want her to be there.
I understand. So the decision was to take that away as
A
an
very
option.
hard decision to make.
Of course. An impossible one.
Yes.
But made with the intent, the sole intention of, as far as possible, taking that option away and thereby making it less distressing, even by a little.
Yeah.
I understand.
For her, it was meant to be a little bit easier, but for me, I just felt like I'd let her go. You know? But I was scared of the alternative.
Of course. You were in an impossible situation.
I wanted her to get better.
Of course you did.
And I
Above
wanted her
all
to
things.
be safe. And I wanted her to come home and
Be well.
be Elise.
Yes. It was extremely difficult for her to be away from you and the rest of the family.
Yeah.
And one of the things I understand you to say about her experience at Rochford, on the Poplar unit in general, is that, in fact, possibly partly because of her vulnerability and the way in which she sort of soaked up information from others, you consider that her being around other very distressed young people, in fact, made things worse for her, not better.
Yeah. They spend a lot of time sitting around giving each other ideas rather than being helped and coached and try and take that away.
Yes.
They're like together all sitting there plotting. Making ideas,
Yes.
giving each other, you know. I'm like, obviously I don't want to be triggering anyone, but
No, I
there are
understand.
things I wouldn't even know how to do.
I understand.
Where did you learn to do these things? Do you
So
know?
giving one another ideas
Yeah.
essentially about self-harm.
Yeah.
As far as you, I understand that you visited it very regularly, if not
Every single day. If
every
I
day.
didn't get my cuddle, I needed to cuddle my baby every day, because knowing the thoughts in her head, I never knew whether that was going to be my last one. And they meant so much to me.
Of course. you've described these young people on the Poplar unit sitting around discussing methods of self-harm and other things that were plainly unhelpful to Elise, if not all the others. You may not know, Vicky, but as far as you can remember, what shape did the day take? What did they do? What was there for these children and young people to do over the course of a day on that unit?
I know they had like they would have like a school, like schooling.
Yes.
And things like I do know that.
Yes. How did she do with that, as far as you can remember? She
wasn't. I don't know. I don't think she wanted to do it.
No.
It's not because of her ability, because she could already read and write, and like nothing really fazed her in that department.
Yes. She was very bright, as you've said.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like, yeah. So she wasn't gonna finish school and not be able to read or write because she could already do that.
She was already there.
Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah. It was like a competition with her older sister. Like there'd been 20 months between them. Like who was going to learn these words first?
I see.
Like, yeah.
Because they were close in age, they had that kind of sibling competitiveness between them.
Yeah.
Yes,
Elise would come out of school and be like, I can read my spellings, and then she'll be like, I can do yours as well. You know, she'd be 2 years older.
Yes.
But did she attend the schooling at the unit?
I think she tried. To be honest, that her stay there was quite short.
Yes.
Yeah, it was very short. In fact, I don't think she should have left when she left, but it was... Yeah.
Yes, let's come to that. I understand that it was your feeling and the feeling of your family as a whole that she was discharged too early from that admission.
Yeah.
One of the things you tell, because she was discharged, I'm so sorry, on the 26th of November.
Yep.
So it was less than a 3-month stay.
Yep.
One of the things you say is that a doctor who we're calling Dr. B on Poplar unit noted in the psychological report that she did engage with therapy sessions while she was on the unit. And Vicky, you tell us in your witness statement that although you came to feel that she had been discharged too early, you did feel as a family that she had made some noticeable progress during that admission. Is that fair?
I can't 100% tell you because
That's all right.
obviously it was a very long time ago. I just remember doing things in the hospital which made me feel like maybe she wasn't ready to come home.
Yes.
You know, because I remember when I came to visit her and they told me that they're discharging her and they had all her stuff in bags and she's standing there saying to me, I want to die. Apologies. Do you know what I mean? I'm thinking, how can I take her home?
On the day of her discharge, she
Yeah.
said that to you?
Yeah.
I see.
And that's what I was trying to say that.
Yes.
But we still went home.
Yes, because the discharge had been decided.
Yeah.
Did you have any input into the decision to discharge her on that date? Did anyone ask you what you thought about it?
No, I remember the doctor being there and him pretty much saying I don't know, I can't remember what he said.
Don't worry.
I can't.
Please
but
don't worry.
He wasn't going to undo it.
No.
That's for sure.
The
And I remember
decision had been made.
Yeah, so I remember carrying all Elise's stuff down to the car and being like quite worried about it just being me and her.
Yes.
You know, and I have not had any training on how to deal with this situation.
No.
You know, what if something happened?
Were you given any information on discharge about how to help Elise? What you should look out for? What to do if things deteriorated?
No. There was supposed to be like a period of time where she was meant to get some support in learning to be able to be back into normal life.
Yes.
But that didn't happen. So she started to self-harm again.
Yes. So you tell us that in fact during...
It was a very short time.
Very short time, so I think it was less than a month. It was about 3 weeks that she was at home after that discharge.
Yeah.
And you tell us that although she initially seemed to be doing well, very quickly thereafter her self-harming deteriorated to a point that, and this is my summary, Vicky, and you must tell me if it is wrong, was unmanageable for you as a family.
I don't want to go into detail of the things she'd done, but it got to the point where there was nothing left to hide.
Yes.
But where she found out how to do these things,
Yes.
like literally.
I understand that you had to go around your home removing ligature points, removing certain products, and at one stage you tell us she was self-harming twice a day.
Literally, I had 2 safes, one with any sharp objects, kitchen equipment, whatever, and the
Yes.
other one, every bit of medication shop in the home.
Yes.
Because she took a lot of medication as well, and I
Yes.
used to wear the keys like around my neck so that nobody could take them.
We bear in mind that you have 3 other children who were in the home. In the event, Elise was admitted this time to the Priory at Roehampton on
She
the
was.
20th of December 2019, so we come to her second admission.
Yep.
And she was there from the 20th of December until the 19th of April 2020. So that was a slightly longer stay. What you tell us about that is that you don't have access to her medical records from that inpatient stay, but that she described that inpatient admission period at the Priory in Roehampton as largely positive.
Yeah, I felt like it was a much more. I mean, at the time, obviously, didn't have much for comparison.
No.
But in the scheme of things, looking back, it was 100 times better.
Yes.
All her clothes were stored under her bed, so the risk was gone, like
Yes.
locked away. You wasn't, they was searched in and out on every visit.
Yes.
Like me, them, everything. I just feel like after what happened after,
Yes. So
they
can
should
I,
all take these things on board, to be
Yes.
fair.
So let's put it really, really clearly. We're talking about clothing because Elise later came to use items of clothing or bedding and so on in attempts to ligature.
Mm-hmm.
Your recollection of the way in which, if I can put it in this way, that risk was assessed and managed at the Priory in Roehampton, knowing what came later, you can now look back and say those systems were effective.
100%.
Risk was properly managed.
It was. At the time, obviously, Elise had still managed to do some things, but in comparison to what I know now,
Yes.
pretty minor. But for me, every tiny thing was a massive thing. So.
Was it,
was
at
scary.
the, I'm so sorry, during Elise's stay at the Priory in Roehampton, did you also see her daily?
Yes.
And I understand that on that particular unit, is this right, were able to go into her bedroom area with her?
Yeah.
So you could see...
But the doors were open, but I was able to sit on her bed
Yes,
and, give her a cuddle.
yes.
Yeah, talk to her, play with her hair.
One of the things you tell us, Vicky, is that it was during that admission at the Priory in Roehampton that in March 2020, Elise came to be finally diagnosed with autism.
She did. They brought her down to Chelmsford.
Yes.
And we finally got it done, yeah.
Asking in very general terms, once Elise had that diagnosis of autism,
Yep.
and thinking about the periods of admission that came after that diagnosis,
Yep.
so those were at the Priory Chelmsford and then the St Albans Centre,
Yep.
are you able to tell us what you think about whether, and if so, how, Elise's autism was taken into account?
It wasn't. It wasn't. She shouldn't have been in there with the same people, the types of people, because there was perhaps kids in there from like drug problems or other mental health issues of some variety that wasn't like Elise's. Because of Elise's black and white thinking,
Yes.
it was. She should have been with like-minded people
Yes.
rather than, there was fights there. She got punched in the face. There was.
We'll come to that. We'll come
It was
to
just
that.
like borderline, a bit like somewhere you'd go if you was a naughty kid.
A detention centre.
Yeah.
That's the St Albans. Then?
Yes.
We'll come on to that. Thank you. In terms of Vicky, what you were told or what was shared with you about approaches to mental health care and treatment for Elise, can you recall any discussions about? So, sorry, my question is, after she had received her autism diagnosis in March 2020, can you recall any discussions with you about changing the approach to her care and treatment or medication because of the fact of that diagnosis of autism?
No.
The third admission, if we can come to that, was to the Priory, Chelmsford.
Yep.
And that was a very short admission.
Yes, it had to be.
That came between the 4th of June and the 25th of June 2020.
Yep.
The aim of it, you explained to us, was it was intended to be a short admission, I think, to break her cycle of self-harming
Yep.
that had continued.
And Elise did say that she wanted to use this admission to get better.
Yes.
She
was
wanted
very,
to be better.
yes. She was very clear about that
Very
herself.
much so.
In fact, that isn't what happened at all.
No.
And what you tell us in the main about Elise's stay at the Priory in Chelmsford is that she was bullied very badly by other patients.
Very much so.
Can you tell us what you remember about that? Do you know that because Elise would call you?
Yeah, me and Elise would speak every single day, and
Yes.
obviously I would see her. I remember going to see her and her being like relatively excited, like she had maybe like a day in or something that they would like be quite honest with each other. So like on a Monday afternoon, I can't remember it in detail.
That's all right. Who was being quite honest with each other?
Like Elise could be quite open with the people providing the care.
The staff?
Yeah, and
Okay.
they said that they have like an open conversation where if anything they wanted to say, they would say, and it would like hopefully have an effect on what their state was going to be like. So Elise had said, I don't want anyone to talk to me about any form of harm at all.
Yes.
I'm here to get better. And that was the first time that was her goal. I
Yes.
want to be better.
Yes.
Maybe learning she was autistic and she was going to, I don't know. But at this point, she was probably at the best place and wanted the treatment.
Yes.
The other children was not in agreement with Elise
No.
and just pretty much told her they wanted to kill her instead.
One of the things you tell us is that far from Elise being able to be in an environment where self-harm was not discussed endlessly, the opposite occurred.
Yep.
It's what essentially the environment was incredibly unhelpful for
Yep.
Elise in that way. And some of those young people and children were in fact encouraging one another to harm themselves.
Yeah, I remember going to meet her and we had lunch in like a little seating area right outside.
Outside the unit,
Well, it was inside their grounds, but
Yes.
it was just like somewhere for me to
take her and
sit
be with her.
Yeah, the lady
Yes.
was there with us. Like we was not on our own.
Yes,
They were much better with one-to-one care, believe me.
at the Priory.
Yeah. So there was someone else there with us, and I could hear all the kids screaming over the fence to her, to what they want to do to her, and I
To
didn't
your
want to leave her.
daughter?
But- Yeah.
And-
They wanted her to be dead, basically.
That was being shouted by other young people who were patients over the fence while you were sitting with Elise.
Yeah.
And you've just told us that there was a member of staff there too. What was the reaction of that staff member?
I can't remember. I was just horrified that these people wanted so much harm to be done to my daughter, to be fair.
Of course.
And then I said to him, like, obviously that for Elise to be able to, I didn't want to leave her in that hospital, obviously.
No.
And then she rang me one evening and she's like, they're trying to come through my door. I need to go home. And we were starting to drive there and them saying that I can't. But then they let me take her.
Did you raise that with the staff?
Yes, yeah. They originally they ended up. I don't know. I can't remember if she was on section or not. But I remember them being like, oh, she must have been because she was on one-to-one care. They was like, basically, they felt it would be better if Elise left.
Yes,
You know?
and you did in the end, I think, take her home.
Within seconds, as soon as that was allowed, I took her.
Yes. As far as you can remember, and Vicky, it may be that you can't, did staff acknowledge the environment you've described? Were they... It's difficult to see, given what you've described, how anyone would have been unaware, but were they aware of the environment that you've told us about, this screaming
I'm
and shouting?
guessing so, but to be honest, all I could think of was getting her out of there, taking
Yes.
her home, and then never going there again. Like, I wasn't thinking in the long...
No, of
because,
course.
you know, got to remember, I've now got Elise back home. She hasn't had any help,
Yes,
and we're back to square one.
yes. So you're back to square one when you managed to take her home from the Priory Chelmsford on the 25th of June
Yep.
of 2020. And one of the things, her fourth admission then came in September. So she was at home basically for the summer of 2020. Tell us what you can remember about how she was then. So that's after you had brought her home from the Priory Chelmsford and before her first admission to Longview at the St Albans Centre.
From what I remember, I think Elise was... Well, she still wanted to be well.
Yes.
And at this point, I'm guessing not really wanted to go back into hospital after all that happened.
Yes.
But I can't remember what made her start to be sad.
No.
But it was really difficult for me to be able to let her go and be around people of her own age. She hadn't really been going to school.
Yes.
She found it hard to retain friendships anyway.
Yes.
And obviously, you know, well, I lived in the middle of nowhere, so, and even if I didn't, like, I wasn't going to let her go out and play when she was at such a high risk.
Of course.
So she, you know, maybe loneliness.
When Elise was first admitted to the St Albans Centre in September 2020, what you tell us in your witness statement is that, again, you had hoped and envisaged that it would be a fairly short stay.
Yeah.
You also hoped, I would think with increasing desperation, that it would be the admission that would lead to meaningful improvement in her mental health.
Yeah, I remember going down to when she had therapy, and they said they told me about the St Albans Centre. They gave me like a pack, of which I don't know where it's now.
A pack about the St Albans Centre.
Yeah. And I remember thinking, well, this is ticking quite a few boxes on paper.
Yes.
Of what Elise needs.
Yes.
I was told that it was a fairly good hospital.
Yes.
And it wasn't very far because there was risk that they was going to send her. I remember I think she was going to have to go to Manchester.
Sheffield, I think.
Sheffield,
yes.
that was it.
Yes.
And I remember thinking...
It's far too far, hours away.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it came as some relief that a bed came up in the St Albans Centre, and as you've said on paper, it appeared to be what Elise might need, and you were maybe cautiously but hopeful. Is that fair?
Yeah.
In fact, to summarise, and you must tell me if I'm wrong, in Longview Ward, Elise's mental health deteriorated very significantly.
Yeah.
To the point where she was ligaturing or attempting to ligature nearly every day.
Yeah.
Following one of those very serious attempts, her patient status was converted in October of that year, and she was detained under section.
She was.
You had noticed, you tell us, some changes in her character or some behaviours that were out of character for her.
Yeah.
some, might I describe it as irritability or frustration coming to the surface?
Yeah.
And at times, you acknowledge that she came across as hostile towards other patients and or staff.
She did.
You also became aware, I think, not very long before Elise was placed under section, which was in October, you became aware that on the 25th of September, there was an incident in which, in summary, Elise was physically assaulted by another patient.
She was, and she had come from the Priory in Chelmsford.
That patient had come from the Priory in Chelmsford.
She knew who Elise was, and Elise knew who she was, and I think that's what made her worry, because this person was one of many that wanted her to be dead, and then all of a sudden she's stuck in a building with them. I can't imagine how that would make me feel.
I see. What you tell us in your witness statement, Vicky, is that police were called.
Yep.
There was some police involvement in that assault,
Yep.
but that you can't remember in particular any outcome to that.
No.
You, presumably as her mother, as a statement of the obvious, were shocked that she hadn't been kept safe from physical assault in that environment.
Elise had never had a fight in her life.
Yes. One of the other things that you tell us, and I think this is as a result of having had the opportunity with your legal representatives to look at some of the records, one of the things that you tell us is that in the records we see some notes around some of the things that Elise would say, and what's clear is that she felt that staff didn't care about her, that others didn't care about her.
Yeah. Bank staff.
Temporary staff, yes.
The real staff, she said, some of them were so lovely. They would play music to her and sit with her while she went to sleep. But not the bank staff. She was scared at the weekends.
She was scared at the weekends?
Yep.
What was she scared of in particular?
They was bank staff. And they don't care.
Did you say, I'm so sorry, I'm checking, did you say that the permanent staff were kind to her?
Most of them. Most of them. Not all of them, but most of them. I just don't know they are by name. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to say that, but yeah, I can't.
That's all right. It's very useful to hear the difference. Really, what you're saying is that Elise herself was making a clear distinction between permanent members of staff who knew her, perhaps knew her records, were prepared to spend time with her, be with her as she was going to sleep, or play music to her, or whatever it was, in a caring and therapeutic role.
Yep.
And bank or agency staff who did none of those things.
Yeah, it's weekend scared her and weekend scared me. I literally have multiple messages that I sent Elise's care coordinator just saying, I'm terrified. And that I was going to lose Elise and it was going to be at a weekend.
You said that to Elise's care coordinator?
Yeah, still got the messages to this day. And you can't get through to the hospital, they never ever answered the phone.
Yes. Did you visit every day still?
Yep.
One of the things that you and your legal representatives have found in the records from that period on Longview Ward, actually, I'm so sorry, this is from the discharge summary, which is dated the 7th of January 2021, is this. And this is a sort of summary or a record of how Elise was found to be on the ward. And it reads like this for those following. You don't need to look at it unless you want to, Vicky. It's at the very top of page 9. On the ward, Elise's mood tended to fluctuate fairly rapidly and often to extremes. I'm paraphrasing, but it says when bright in mood, she would engage with patients and staff, good attendance at therapeutic groups. And it says, however, when experiencing periods of lower mood, her engagement would reduce rapidly, alongside a significant increase in her risk profile. At such times, Elise would become hostile towards staff and kicking through doors. Now, crucially, one of the things that you do not find, as I understand it in her notes, is any sort of analysis or understanding of why it might have been that Elise began to behave like that.
Yeah.
What you say is that although you accept, of course, that there were times when Elise's behaviour could be very challenging, there was generally a reason for that, and that appears to you never to have been even explored, let alone understood.
No.
One of the things you say in your witness statement is that it's very clear to you that putting Elise's behaviour down to sort of bad behaviour or an aggressive child was not right.
No, because this had happened to me, but only like, which she tried to go to college.
Yes?
So she'd got into college.
I remember from your commemorative evidence, she had been accepted, I think, to do an animal management course.
Which it was her ultimate goal.
Yeah, she wanted to be a veterinary nurse.
She used to go and help out on the little petting zoo and stuff locally.
Yes.
She just loved it. She loves animals. She wanted a llama.
She wanted a llama at home.
Yeah,
Okay.
not one, two. To go with the parrots and the cats and and everything, the lizards that she had. But yeah, she animals were everything to her.
Yes.
And so I remember I took her. I drove down and I took her and I sat at the college and we tried to do college, so she would try.
Yes.
And risk became a bit of a factor.
Of course.
Because she was like really doing well until I'd given her some money to get some food, and she just saw a pencil sharpener and she bought it.
I understand.
And then I realised, because she rang me and she said, can you take me home? And I thought, well, I'm only outside. I was like, well, we're doing good because we're doing little bits. So I tried to take her home and she said, can I go to Costa? And I said, okay, that's fine. And I said, so how much money have you got left? And she told me, and I said, well, what did you have for lunch then? Why are you hungry? And she said, well, I didn't buy any food. And then I realised, well, what else could she buy? And then we got into, then she's like, oh, I bought some stationery.
Right.
The sharpener's where the self-harm starts.
Yes.
And then she got very violent with me because she wouldn't let me have it, but I couldn't let her have it.
No, of course. Of course
Yeah.
you couldn't.
So she punched me a few times.
One of the other things you tell us is that it was very clear to you, and you don't say it quite like this, so I'm paraphrasing, that if Elise became hostile, and you described an example of when she did that with you, her beloved mother. So if that was the sort of behaviour she was displaying on the ward, it was because of escalating distress, and that needed to be understood rather than treated as aggression.
100%.
The other thing you tell us is that during that admission at Longview, the records show that Elise began reporting hearing voices telling her to kill herself, and what you describe as psychotic-like symptoms, people following her, observing her, taking pictures of her. Is that something you knew at the time, that she was starting to experience those symptoms?
She did explain that to me.
Yes.
But I didn't know anything about Oxyvision, and I'm worried if that is what I didn't know about that until recently, to be fair.
Do you now think that might have had something to do with her sense of being watched and observed?
Yeah, I think it's conversations that was had, maybe a bit of, rather than whether she knew, but whether it's conversations that people think, oh, I feel like people's watching me. Because Elise used to mimic. 100% she would mimic.
She would mimic those around her.
Yeah, she
Yes.
told me she had Tourette's, but she could swear in front of anyone but me. You've
Yes.
not got Tourette's, you're just behaving in front of me.
Yes.
Yes. So she mimicked everything. So if other people said that this was a possibility, that they was being watched or whatever, she would definitely...
She would say the same.
Of course.
I understand. One of the things that has been noted is that Elise reporting to clinicians that she was hearing voices, felt observed, felt that pictures were being taken of her, doesn't appear to have led to any change to the treatment regime, if we can put it in that way, that was then in place.
No.
The other thing that I just want to cover, which I know is, again, of enduring distress and concern to you, is that you have found that the records describe from about September 2020, so again during this admission at Longview at the St Albans Centre, describe Elise as reporting severe abdominal pain,
Yep.
reporting blood in her stool,
Yep.
and then noting that she had health anxiety. That's what's in the records.
Yep.
And the notes also make reference to Elise being highly preoccupied with her state of physical health.
Yeah.
You feel, I think, and you will tell me if I have it wrong, that that is another concrete example of her actual serious physical health concerns being written off as an anxiety or a preoccupation, as though the physical health issues did not exist.
Yes, because Elise went backwards in her thinking. Like, obviously, we'd had the colonoscopy and we'd seen it in pictures in front of myself and Elise's prolapse. Like, and I said to her, you know, this is true, this is real, you know.
Yes.
And we'd gone backwards now to her saying, it's all in my head.
Yes.
And I was thinking, you had concrete, you could see it, we could see it, Elise.
Yes.
I'm like, you are not well.
Yes. As far as you know, Vicky, was there any treatment or consideration of treatment for those physical health symptoms during that inpatient stay at the St Albans Centre?
No.
Thank you. Vicky, I'm going to stop there for a moment. I'm being reminded that we've been going for about an hour and 15 minutes. So, Chair, as long as you are content, I'm going to at this time ask, please, for a 15-minute break.
15 minutes.
Thank you.
15 minutes, if that's okay. 15-minute break we're going to have.
That's fine. Sorry, I am deaf on that side.
Miss Shrew.
Chair, thank you. Vicky, before the break, we had been talking about the period that Elise spent at Longview, and we know that after that first inpatient stay at Longview, she was discharged on the 7th of January 2021 and was at home then for a couple of months.
Yeah.
And you tell us that on that occasion there was a community support plan in place.
Yeah.
And that one of the things that was offered was therapy for Elise and family therapy.
Yes.
But you tell us that although as a family you wanted to and tried to engage with the family therapy, what you say is that it was of limited benefit. Can you remember why that was? You say in your witness statement that due to the circumstances at the time, it was of limited benefit and did not fully meet Elise's needs. Can I take it wasn't enough?
I think it was more aimed at us as her parents more than Elise.
I see.
His understanding of Elise.
Yes. You also explain, as you did in your commemorative account about Elise, that she had a very caring, very compassionate personality. She could be very bubbly. Her character could be very positive.
Yeah.
But her mood could change quickly.
Yeah, so quickly.
And when it did, and her mood dropped, she could very quickly become extremely low.
Yeah.
There were, following her discharge in January 2021, I think, a number of incidents of self-harm. And one of the things that you tell us is that you found yourself again, if I can put it in this way, these are my words, but you will tell me if they're wrong, in an impossible situation because you wanted her home, you loved having her at home, but you were living, as far as I can make out, in almost a state of hypervigilance.
Yeah, it was one of the worst times, which when Elise had come home been discharged,
Yes.
I think, I can't remember if it's Christmas Day or something, she wrote a Facebook post just saying how happy she was to be alive and how much she loved being a family, and she thanked us for supporting her.
Yes.
Yeah, and then that didn't, I don't know.
It would change and she would drop very low in mood.
Yeah.
One of the incidents that you mentioned to us is that in very early March of 2021, while Elise was out for a walk with her support worker, she sort of fled her support worker and jumped from a bridge into a river.
She did.
She was rescued, paramedics attended, and she was taken to hospital.
Yep.
But on the same day, having been spoken to by a psychiatrist, she was discharged home.
Yeah, so I drove her to where she was meeting the lady.
Her support worker?
Yeah.
Yes.
I stayed there because I didn't ever go anywhere. I just stayed sitting in my car.
Somewhere nearby, always stayed nearby.
Literally, I was like, yeah, so close to her.
Yes.
And they went for a walk, and within 5 minutes, the lady rang me, and I knew something was wrong. And she said that Elise had thrown herself off the bridge. So I drove to where they were.
Yes.
Because there's like a road between, so I had to drive over to there, to where they pulled her out. And there was a few ambulances there and a police car.
She did escape that with minimal physical injuries.
Yes and no. I was always concerned, obviously, that Elise had fallen from a height and had metal rods in her back.
Of course.
And I did worry that there would be some sort of spinal leak or something, because some of the symptoms that she described when she was had been admitted again.
Yes.
Were very similar to that.
In terms of back pain?
No, the constant headaches and stuff.
Ah.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, we'll come back to that because after that incident, which was on the 2nd of March,
So I went at the hospital. They took Elise they checked her over.
Yes.
And then they took her to another room with a mental health
Team.
person.
Yes.
Who literally come back and she was like, right, come on, we're going home. And I was thinking, all of a sudden now, it's me and you again, in the car. We'd already had an incident in Colchester where she had tried getting out of the car at the traffic lights. And
With you?
Yeah, because she wanted to run away. And the police had to come and get her because I had to kind of hold on to her at a set of traffic lights because she was trying to get out of the car to run off.
Yes.
And I had to use to press it, and she was punching me in the face, but I wasn't going to let her go
No.
because I know what she wanted to do.
Yes. Was that before the incident with her jumping from a height?
So I can't remember if it was just
That's
before or
all
just
right.
after.
That's all right. What I understand from your witness statement is that the incident with Elise leaving her support worker while they were on a walk and jumping from a height happened on the 2nd of March 2021. Yeah. And then on the 4th of March, Elise's care coordinator took the decision that she should be readmitted to Longview at the St Albans
Yeah,
Centre.
I felt like I shouldn't have took her home from the hospital that day, from A&E. They
No.
just gave her back to me. So we went home, and I thought it was the next day.
It might have been.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. The care coordinator said, could I see Elise?
Yes.
So I think I had told her what has happened, and she said, does Elise want to see me? And Elise always wanted to see her because Elise loved her.
Okay.
So I drove there, and she was very concerned for Elise's well-being.
For her safety?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So afterwards, Elise said to me, can I get something to eat? And I wasn't very good at saying no to Elise. So, yeah, we walked through the high street in Chelmsford because she wanted to get some McDonald's or something.
After you had left A&E?
No, when I left Joe.
Oh, I see.
And there was water there, and I felt like I was holding her, just the thought of water and stuff, that she would do something silly.
Yes.
So, yeah, but I got her back to Copper. It was really scary. It just felt really scary.
Of
and
course.
Then they came to my house that night, and the 4 of them, and they sectioned her. But obviously they should have been done 24 hours beforehand. She just made a massive attempt on her life, and she'd just been allowed to go home.
Yes. Were you, sticking with that for a moment, when she was allowed to go home from A&E, given her history, just tell me what you can remember. You said she was taken into... She had a physical check-over, but
Yep.
obviously because she'd fallen from a height.
Yep.
And then she was taken into another room by a mental health member of staff.
Yeah, they left
Did you
me.
go with her?
No.
So you don't know what was asked?
I was never allowed to go with her. They used to come out every time we'd go to A&E and just give me a piece. They say to me, you need to sign this piece of paper to say you're going to keep her safe.
Yes, I see.
And I'll be like, well, I'm doing my very best.
Yes.
I've got keys, I've got,
Yes.
Yeah.
When Elise was readmitted to Longview Ward on the 4th of March or thereabouts in 2021, what you tell us is that an initial assessment was completed and 2 main triggers were identified in that assessment as sort of at the base of her distress. And you tell us that the first was Elise's concerns about your relationship at the time with Elise's father. The second trigger was her ongoing and, as we've described, entirely understandable anxiety about her physical health problems in relation to her bowel.
Yeah, well, we need to remember is obviously having a child that wants to do the things that she did puts a massive strain on anybody.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
A massive strain on the family
Yeah.
as a whole.
At the end of the day, we were both fighting for her to be okay.
Yes.
And it was very difficult because she had our 100% attention all of the time.
Yes.
And it meant that the others got pushed out, and Kelsey's only 20 months older, and
Yes.
it's like she didn't have any parents,
Yes. Yes, thank you. That's helpful. When Elise was admitted back into Longview on the 4th of March, what you tell us is that you remember discussing with the psychiatrist who we're calling Dr. F the purpose of the admission.
Yep.
And it was again agreed between you that the plan would try to be for it to be a short admission to stabilise her risks to herself.
Yep.
And that, as I understand it, that if that failed, an admission to a low secure unit would need to be considered.
Yes, yes. Which, to be fair, I was kind of hoping that would be the case.
You were hoping it would be the case?
Well, no, we'd been doing this for a couple of years at many different places, and she wasn't getting
Of course.
the level of care that I know she needed.
Yes. And we bear in mind that underlying everything, what you wanted, very obviously, as her mother, was for her to be safe and to work towards becoming well.
Yes, mentally and physically.
Yes. One of the things that you also tell us is that the records show that on the ward at first, Elise appeared to be coping well,
Yep.
engaging with therapy sessions and group activity sessions. I think she was learning the guitar.
She was.
And it was agreed that she could have home leave up to 3 times a week.
There
Tell
wasn't
us.
much conversation.
I see.
Because I remember I went to IKEA to get some stuff for my daughter for university.
Yes.
And Elise rang me and said, and it was after all this that happened with the bridge and etc.,
Yes.
saying, you need to come and get me because I'm coming home.
Out of the blue.
Out of the blue, but they never ever once released his whole image, had a conversation with me about, after a ward round or whatever, to say, we're planning for Elise to be sent home. It just felt like they just kept giving it to me.
So to be clear, that wasn't to be discharged, it was home leave
No.
up to 8 hours.
She literally kept on being discharged. She'd be standing on the door, bags and
see.
everything, guitar in hand, and I'm thinking, you only jumped off a bridge last week.
Yes.
What are we doing here?
No one consulted you about
Never,
that?
not about any one of her discharges from that hospital.
This wasn't a permanent discharge, it was to come home for a period of time, or was it a permanent discharge?
What time was this? Sorry.
So this is...
She was backwards and forwards all the time. Sometimes they would just give it to me and then she would get readmitted. And it was sometimes like when she ran away the second time and she tried to... she ran away from counselling when her nan took her, which was just after she'd been successful in doing it, jumping off the bridge. She was running for the bridge and the police just came and she agreed to go back to hospital. So sometimes there was like no break-in admission, but there was a break-in admission because they kept giving her home to me. So there's probably no record to say that she was discharged because they didn't even tell me she was being discharged.
I understand. And in
So
any
it's really
event,
hard for me to get the pattern of when she was discharged to come home. It was just a case of whether she was being picked up for a few hours or a day or so, or whether or not there was a stack of bags and a guitar there. That's the only difference.
I see.
Yes.
So because
So
you
I
were
rang
told
Joe.
nothing...
Yep, I rang
you-
Joe and I said to Joe, they're trying to send her home to me. Bear in mind, she came to my house and sectioned her
Yes.
with the doctors. And she was frantically trying to get hold of them. But then
Yes.
I've got Elise saying on the phone, you coming to get me? How am I supposed to say, no, I don't want to? Do you know what I mean?
understand.
Because that's how she's going to take it.
Of course.
She's going to think, I don't want her.
And that would have had an enormously negative impact on her.
Well, of course, because
understand.
she's thinking, yay, I'm going home, I'm going to see my cat, I'm going to, do all these things. And then I'm thinking, oh my God, what if something happens and I can't help you this time?
Vicky, during any of those periods, whether they were leave or discharge, doesn't matter what we might call them, during any of those periods where you were taken by surprise and Elise was coming home, did anyone give you any help or guidance or advice as to how to take care of her and how to manage the risk she posed to herself?
No. It was just a case of, this is how many tablets I'm going to send you home with for X amount of days. But because Elise was in and out, I had all her medications anyway. I was fully, made sure.
Yes.
So, obviously, they would just say, oh, this is 1 day, this is 2 days, whatever, do you know, however many days she's going home for.
Yes, it was
But
dictated
there was no
to you.
conversation, no nothing, not we're even going to touch base with her or you or anything. It was just like, please take her. Do you
Here
know what I
she
mean?
is.
Yeah.
Yes,
and
I understand.
And if it goes wrong, we'll take her back. That's how it felt, you know.
Could I ask you, please, to briefly have a look at the top of page 14 of your witness statement? And what is listed there are the medications that were being prescribed to Elise during this second admission to Longview. So we're in the spring of 2021.
Yep.
And there's quite a long list of different medications, but
Yep.
in particular, we can see there are some anticonvulsants.
Yep.
We can also see that at the second bullet point there's aripiprazole, which we understand to be effectively an antipsychotic medication,
Yeah.
and also sertraline at a dosage of 200 milligrams.
Yeah.
Because I want to come on to the medication error that took place.
Yeah.
You considered in the round that the medication Elise was on at the time had been helping her to some extent. Is that right?
I was nervous about changing because of her epilepsy medication, and obviously, you know, we had tried previously to change medications, but some didn't agree with. You
Yes.
can't take them if you take epilepsy medications.
Yes, so there were complications for her in changing medication.
Yeah, yes,
but
of
also
course.
complications for her in terms of the interaction of different drugs.
Yes.
But also, and I suppose I'm stating the obvious, some nerves on your part about making any change because
Well, yeah, because I didn't want it to be worse
yes.
than it was.
What you explain is that it was in fact Elise who had asked for her sertraline to be changed.
I think they'd had some sort of meeting with Rana.
Yes.
Sorry.
You tell us there was a meeting because what Elise had been reporting and that she considered that this might be a side effect of the medication was a feeling of emotional numbness.
Yeah, so that's something that she had suffered from for quite a while.
Yes.
Like when I lost my nan and we lost her great aunt, she would tell me that she doesn't know how she's supposed to feel about it.
Yes.
Because she knows she should be really upset because of the closeness of my family.
Yes.
And she'd grown up there, you know.
Yes.
But she didn't feel nothing, and she didn't like not being able to understand why she didn't feel like that.
Yes.
So she did ask them to see if they could just change her medication.
Yes. And we understand from a statement that one of the psychiatrists who we're calling Dr. F produced for inquest, that what we understand is that the records show that Elise had expressed her own view that the medication was not helpful.
Yep.
And so that psychiatrist agreed to trial reducing the dose of sertraline
Yep.
gradually and then switching to a different antidepressant
Yes.
medication. What we know is that the dose was first reduced because it had to be gradual from
Yep.
200 milligrams to 175.
It did, yes.
We also know that shortly thereafter, Elise asked to go back up to the original dose of 200 milligrams.
Yeah, she got very anxious because she felt like she was going backwards.
Yes,
And that was obviously not the aim. The aim was for her to go forward.
yes. So Dr. F agreed, and what we understand in fact happened was this, and you must tell me if this accords with your understanding. Having agreed to go back up from 175 milligrams to 200, the prescription chart or the drug chart was amended and the dosage of 175 milligrams was crossed out.
It was.
But, and obviously the intention had been to replace it with 200.
Yes.
But in fact, as far as anyone has been able to understand from the records, because the drug chart had sort of run out of space,
Yes.
the 200 milligram dosage was not entered onto that drug chart.
For the sake of a piece of paper, Elise went with no medication.
Say that again, please.
For the sake of a piece of paper, Elise was not on the right amount of medication.
Right. And one of the things you point out, Vicky, is that to you it is unfathomable that what is essentially a piece of stationery that could have been fetched from a cupboard so that there was a new drug chart with space on it for the appropriate new dosage to be written, in fact, it just fell away.
Yeah. So I know this because they sent Elise home.
Yes.
And they gave me medication for the day. I can't remember how long it was. I think this might have been a 3-day stay.
Yes, I think that's right,
Yeah,
because...
because I know it was multiple days.
Yes,
and
it was.
I took her home and we was all right, and she was in a very good mood, actually.
She was in a good mood, did you say?
To be home. Back
Yes.
with her, it doesn't mean she's in a good mood.
No.
She was just excited to see her things.
Of course.
So she'd gone to be with her cat or whatever, see her sister or whatever she was doing, and I got her medication out after dinner
Yes.
so that I could give it to her.
Yes.
To find there was hardly anything in the bag. I had her epilepsy medication and I had like several other medications, but absolutely no antidepressants whatsoever.
Yes.
The fear of God came over for me.
Yes.
I've now got my daughter, who's in and out of a psychiatric ward, on no medication.
Yes.
I've rang them and I've said to them, I don't understand why Elisa's got no sertraline.
What has happened?
What's happened?
Yes.
And he said, no. It was taken off because Elise was going to change.
Yes.
And then it wasn't put back on.
Yes.
Because it wasn't on the chart. So I suppose the handover was this piece of paper with no sertraline on.
Yes.
Or whatever. And I said, well, no, that's not the case.
Yes.
And I said to him, I have Elise's medication at home. I'm going to put her back on it.
Yes.
And I consulted a pharmacist, however, and they
Yes.
said, she can't
Do
go
that.
from 175
To
to none. And it turns out that she'd had no medication for about 4 days.
Yes, so if we look at the dates, actually, if you want to look at them, it's at the top of page 16 of your witness statement. You don't need to, we can talk them through. In fact, it turns out that she was without sertraline altogether as a result of that drug chart error
Yep.
on the 30th and 31st of March.
Yep.
She then was given sertraline by you
Yes.
at home
Yeah.
on the 1st, 2nd and 3rd.
Yep.
When she returned to the ward on the 4th, 5th and 6th, she was again without either sertraline or any antidepressant.
Yeah, and at that point, she'd gone for therapy.
Yes.
With her nan.
Yes,
Escaped her nan and tried jumping off a bridge.
yes. That was on the 7th.
And that's when the police and myself and her nan found her just by where she was the first time.
Near to the same bridge that she had jumped from.
Yes.
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 And I
So we
understand-
kind of worked out that if she was going to go anywhere, she would probably head in that direction.
Yes.
Because it's not that far from her therapy.
Yes.
So that's where we found her.
So that happened on the 7th of April while she was on home leave.
Yes.
Now, one of the things that Dr. F stated for the inquest was that although the missing doses of sertraline could have had an impact on Elise's mood and in particular on her anxiety levels, it is hard to tell the impact this had in isolation. Whether or not that's right, what you have noted is that the Trust's serious incident report notes that restarting or starting an antidepressant or that antidepressant is particularly associated with an increase in suicidal ideation. After the incident you've just told us about on the 7th of April, I understand that... Take your time.
Oh, it's fine. I just know where we're going.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
After that incident, I understand that police spoke to Elise for an hour or so and convinced her to return to the St.
Yeah,
Reuben
because
Centre.
she did it. They explained to her because she was like determined she wasn't going to go.
Yes.
She was not going to leave the car park, etc., etc. They said that she would. I then spoke to her and explained to her that if the police took her, she would go to a police station,
Yes.
and it would be really long-winded. You'd end up where you're going to go, but it would be really horrific.
Yes, unpleasant in the interim.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
And she wouldn't have me standing there with, like with her.
Yes.
You know, so in the end, she agreed to go back to the hospital.
Yes. And when she did, having been assessed, she was placed under Section 3 of the Mental Health Act.
She was.
In part as a result of that incident, a CPA meeting that had been due to take place, a care
Yep.
programme approach meeting that had been due to take place, was postponed until the following week.
It was.
As I understand it, in a way to give Elise time to settle after that incident. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, Elise was very, very distressed after that.
Yes. It was decided that Elise would need more time in a hospital setting,
Yes.
and that there was going to be a referral to a low secure unit.
Yes.
Elise was aware of that.
Yes, which I think was a massive mistake.
A massive mistake to make her aware of it.
Yes.
Tell us why.
Because because of the way that it was sold to her, like I would be in the same room as her while these conversations are taking place.
Yes.
And they would say things like, you're going to be, quite far,
Yes.
and you're not going to be able to see your mum every day anymore, and that you were not going to be able to come home for about 6 months.
Yes. Elise's reaction to all of this was what?
She was horrified. She didn't want to go.
No.
But it turned out that wasn't even true. Like, you didn't need to say that to her.
Right.
You just told her that she's not going to be able to see her mum every day. I'm the only constant.
In her life. Yes.
I mean, obviously, she has family. She love her just as much as me.
Sure.
But she knows I'll see her every single day,
Yes.
regardless, It didn't matter. And that she wasn't going to be able to come home and see her cat and, do all the things You're just saying that she's going to pretty much get locked up for about 6 months and she won't see anything she loves.
Yes.
How can you say that to someone who's autistic?
Vicky, as I understand it, when Elise was returned or went back to the St Albans Centre and was placed under section, her observation levels remained at level 2. And both you and Elise's father became very concerned by that and voiced those concerns to ward staff.
Yes, so I think it was like, I remember on the Sunday they rang me because they would tell me most of the time Elise had an incident, and I think it's because they know Elise would tell me anyway.
Yes.
Otherwise I'm not so sure.
Because she would tell you herself.
Yes.
I understand.
So she wouldn't openly be like, oh, by the way, I would be like, I could tell by her mood and the avoidance that she was trying to hide something that then I would have to get out of her,
Yes, and then she would tell you.
Kind of. But it was, I know Elise. I know Elise inside and out, so I'm fully aware of what Elise is like in those moments.
Yes.
And she kept on having marks all over her. She had broken blood vessels on her face. And at one time she had blood halfway up her eyes, and they would just act like none of this stuff had even happened.
Did you say a few moments ago that you consider that staff might not have told you had they not about those incidents, had they not been aware?
Because they wasn't originally.
That Elise would tell you herself?
They wouldn't originally. They wouldn't tell me or her dad. But we was quite adamant that we wanted to know every single little thing because we were so terrified.
Yes. You expressed that fear repeatedly to ward staff, is that fair?
I did, yeah.
Vicky, I understand that there came a point, I think on the 13th of April, where your fears and concerns about the levels of observation were finally taken on board.
Yeah, so if that was a Sunday, on the Sunday he rang me and he'd rang me. I went to work and then I found out something had happened. And then after work, I went to sit on. And
Yes.
then on my drive home, I was almost home, and they rang me And I was like, so she'd had another incident. And I'm like, if you don't put her on section, in like one-to-one observation, we're going to be having a totally different conversation. I was absolutely mortified, and I just knew she wasn't going to be safe. And he didn't want to. He did not want to. And then they did, and by the Tuesday morning, when we had the ward round meeting, or whatever it was, and everyone was on there, he made it sound like it was his idea, and I was saying, I was begging you and begging you and begging you to put her on one-to-one.
Yes. But that wasn't done until Tuesday the 13th.
No.
And in fact, when it was done, I think, as I understand it, Elise's observation levels were increased to level 3 only when she was in isolation, so
Yes.
not when she was in a social area where they would remain on level 2.
2, yeah.
But level 3
Yep.
for any periods where she was alone or in her bedroom area.
Yep.
I'm not going to go through this in any detail, Vicky, but what you know from the records and from your own recollection is that between the 7th of March and the 15th of April 2021, there were at least 14 incidents involving ligatures.
Yes. And they promised me they was going to keep her safe. I went to see her on the Friday before. I think it was the Friday before. And they took me to this like little room off the side of the social area. And they got her. And I was so excited to see her. But she just seemed really, I don't know, like not there.
She seemed not present.
Yeah. And she had all these marks all over her face.
Yes.
And I thought, like, I was thinking, has she got, like, is it an allergic reaction to chicken pox? I don't know. I was just thinking, what are these things on her? So I asked the lady who brought her to me, what was wrong?
Yes.
And as if it was nothing, just says they're broken blood vessels from what she'd done.
Yes.
And I was like, what? Her face was covered in these marks.
Yes.
And then I saw Rana. I made her see me. And I said to her, I don't feel safe leaving her here. I don't want her to be here anymore.
Yes.
And I wanted to take her home.
Yes.
But I would get arrested because she was on section. I wasn't allowed to take my child home, and she was not safe.
When you expressed that fear to the psychiatrist, what response did you get, Vicky?
That I could trust them.
Let me ask you something about one of the reports that was submitted for inquest by a consultant psychiatrist we're calling Dr. K. If you want to look at it, I'm looking at page 20 and paragraph 81. You don't need to, Vicky, but for those following. One of the things that psychiatrist gave an opinion on was that, do you remember you had said to us that initially the aim of this admission was for it to be short
Yes.
and to break the cycle of self-harm?
Yes.
And Dr. K, in a report for the inquest, stated that it was, to him, unclear what was actually being achieved during that admission in Longview.
Yep.
And that being on a psychiatric ward did not improve Elise's mental state, especially around her autism.
Yes.
That much, I think it's fair for me to say, was very clear to you.
100%.
One of the things you note is that you've mentioned it a number of times. You describe Elise's thinking as quite black and white,
Yeah.
quite rigid thinking, and that affected, as I understand it, in particular, how Elise processed her own emotions, her own distress. It affected, in particular, how she processed change and
She can't-
disruption to a routine.
Yeah, yeah.
Tell us, that was something that was very difficult for her, is that fair?
100%. Yeah, she couldn't cope with it, and you would try and like talk to her about it and try and make her understand it, but she would never in a million years, not for 1 second, take anyone's feelings on it but her own. Everything had to be from her point of view. And
Yes.
I would say to her, Elise, like, I love you, like, please, like, what can I do to you? And she'd say to me, it's not about you.
Yes.
I'm like, you are my most important thing. And I want to help you.
Yes.
And she'd look at me like I was in the wrong for being upset, because she wasn't.
Yes. I ask you about change and how that affected Elise, because what I understand from your witness statement is that on the 16th of April, Elise called you in significant distress to tell you that she had been asked to move rooms
Yeah, so near the boys.
to the male corridor on the ward.
She didn't want to go. She was like, no, 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 no.
Yes. And the matching entry in the medical records for that time says this. You've set it out for us very helpfully in your witness statement. Elise has been quite rude towards staff and at times quite demanding. Much of this seems to surround being moved into another room, and she seems unable to accept that in a hospital this is likely. Elise has called her mother demanding that her parents step into this and has been very rude and personal about staff. Now, Vicky, as you make clear, characterising her behaviour in that way demonstrates, in your mind, how utterly misunderstood your daughter was by those on the ward.
Yeah.
What you say is that this was plainly a young girl, we bear in mind she was 16, in acute distress and struggling to cope with that sudden change.
Yeah.
You will know, because as you've explained, you knew her inside and out, that news will have made her feel inherently unsafe. Is that fair?
She already didn't feel safe. She told me she did not trust the staff there, and that she was scared, especially at weekends. Of which I could totally agree.
You also expressed a fear about weekends, did you not?
I did, yeah. Because it would happen more and more and more.
Yes.
And then when I would go and visit Elise, it was just totally different atmosphere.
At the weekends?
Yeah.
In what way?
Just like they would give her to me to sit in the room, which is like next to the reception,
Yes.
and then forget that she's with me. Bearing in mind they're supposed to be taking care of her, you know. And she would tell me that she's scared, and no one, like, I don't know, explain it. That no one cared about her, to be fair.
Yes. That's something that Elise expressed to you on a number of occasions, I think.
Yeah.
The other thing that you say, I don't want to repeat matters, but it's really important that we make it clear, is you express the view in your witness statement that moving a teenage girl with autism to a male corridor on a mental health ward was plainly inappropriate.
She was mortified.
Yes. The next day, on the 17th, I understand that you visited Elise at around midday.
Yeah, with her shopping list.
Yes.
And she seemed in very good spirits, I will say.
Yes. Had the move taken place, or was it still about to take place, the move of room?
It hadn't happened.
It hadn't happened.
It didn't know. It hadn't happened. She was in a fairly good mood. She was happy to see me. Or the bag of sweets, the
Yes.
biscuits and whatever.
Or
else.
both.
The list that I
Yes.
brought with me, yeah.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, and she said she was eating well because of her stomach. She didn't really like eating because it caused her massive discomfort.
Pain,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So she was quite hungry. She ate their lunch that they brought her to the room, And the lunch, half the stuff that I brought with me, she took that as well.
Yes.
Yeah, she was quite caring about the other kids on the ward because they wasn't allowed to take things if there was any like allergies in there. So she was she would sit there and just check that she wasn't going to make someone sick.
She would check that. She would check that with you when you brought food to her.
Yeah, of course.
Vicky, I'm not going to take you through the events of the 17th of April in any kind of detail, and that's something that you and I have discussed. We understand as an inquiry that it's profoundly distressing to you to discuss that day, and I don't intend to do it. I want to note for you that this inquiry will consider, whether or not you and I touch on it now, all relevant evidence with the greatest of care. Mm-hmm. For the purposes of your evidence today, all I will say is this. We are aware from subsequent investigations and from the inquest of the gravest of failings in relation to Elise's care that day.
Yeah.
Those include Elise not being observed as she should have been.
Yeah.
That she was able to enter her room alone.
Yeah.
And to be alone there for a substantial period of time. That observation records were found at the coroner's court to have been falsified. And that relevant oxyvision systems or alarms were either not working and or not being responded to in the way that they should have been.
It's not fit for purpose for a mental health unit. It's not instead of someone else.
All right.
Elise was at that oxygen for 20 minutes.
20 minutes alone.
She was without oxygen for 20 minutes.
Yes.
She was brain dead. My baby, she was gone.
All right.
She had a heart attack on her own, and nobody tried to resuscitate her or knew how. She stood no chance. She just died.
All right. Vicky, I'm going to suggest, unless you want to go on, and this is entirely up to you, take some deep breaths. We either can take a short break now, or you want to go on.
I can't do it again.
That's all right. All right. What I'm going to take you to now, you take your time. I will talk for a few moments, all right? Take some deep breaths. I'm going to keep talking.
Uh-huh.
And we'll push through. Either you or your solicitor will tell me if you want to break. There were a number of investigations following your daughter's death. One of those, and the first that we're going to come to, was the serious incident report produced by the Trust.
Uh-huh.
That was issued on the 6th of January 2022, and it's something you've been able to look through in detail, yes?
Yes.
Vicky, what you've done very helpfully is set out for us some of the main weaknesses that were identified during that investigation,
Yes.
as well as some of the recommendations.
Yes.
I think one of the overarching points for us to note, I will take you through them, but you don't know, is this right, whether any of the recommendations in that internal report have been acted on.
Well, they haven't. I don't see the point in coroner's courts either. You go to coroner's court, they give you a list of recommendations. They don't get done. Otherwise, Elise would be here, and many, many other families would not be going through what I have gone through. They are a complete waste of space. There is no justice for letting you lose your loved one. You can go and you can let someone die, and there is no consequence. It cannot be that there is no, like, it's not against the law. You can't, what, so it's not against the law to follow a care plan? You know, I take my daughter to give them my most precious possession.
Yes.
I want to take her home and I am told I cannot look after my own child. And then they let her die, pat me on the back and say I'm sorry about that. Not actually be sorry and do anything about it and let people die. They're still dying. My daughter meant nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Take a breath, please. We're going to take this in stages. I'm not censoring you. I just want to take this in stages. Because your evidence is so important, we must record it. So let's slow down.
Sorry.
Don't say sorry. There's nothing.
I just love her.
Of course
And
you
I
do.
miss her so much every single minute of every day.
Vicky, there's nothing to apologise for. Nothing. We're going to take these reports in stages and we'll look at some of the main findings. You said to me a few moments ago they haven't acted on those recommendations.
No.
Let me ask in this way. Did anyone ever get in touch with you to tell you, anyone from the Trust, to tell you about any action that might have been taken or not?
No.
Thank you. Can I ask you, with your solicitor, please, to take a look at page 30 of your witness statement?
I can't really see now.
You don't need to read it, but I think if your solicitor...
It's very blurry now.
That's all right, of course. If your solicitor kindly has her eye on it as we go through, all I'm going to do is take you through the matters you've set out, and what I will ask you to do is to stop me if you want to say more about any of these weaknesses that were identified. But we're talking about a 57-page report
Yep.
that listed 17 system process weaknesses. That's how they're described.
Yep.
And just looking through those, they include a series of missed opportunities to keep your daughter safe,
Yes.
including no effective system in place to ensure that bedroom doors were locked so that she couldn't have entered and been alone.
No.
CCTV and body cams not being in operation or not,
Yep.
not operating correctly.
Yeah.
Technology limitations due to Wi-Fi connectivity problems with the Oxyvision system.
Uh-huh.
Oxyvision monitoring tablets therefore not functioning properly and not being carried around the ward by whatever member of staff was supposed to be carrying out observations.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of staffing, the Trust's own investigation revealed that at the relevant time, there were a total of 11 patients on the ward on level 2 observations, meaning, and one member of staff to carry those out.
Yeah.
Meaning, if we put it in one way, that one member of staff would have been required to observe a different patient every 54 seconds.
Yeah.
And the process of observation is not intended simply to be a glance. It's a requirement to meaningfully engage with each patient.
Yeah.
So when we think about any member of staff being able to do that every 54 seconds, that is, in practical terms, impossible.
And it didn't happen.
And did not occur. Quite right. Thank you.
I know this because obviously I was able to walk around the building and spend many evenings standing by the window, touching Elise's hand through the mesh thing. And I would talk to her and I'd be mortified that all her clothes was just all over the floor, like, bearing in mind what she was doing. I could see them, and then the day was meant to have come obviously and observed her. I didn't see him once.
Yes. When was that during a COVID lockdown, Vicky?
Well, most of it was that.
Yes.
Maybe.
So you would go while
I
she
think
was...
it was meant to, it was Mother's Day.
I see.
Because, she was going to have some leave, I think, to go and have dinner with me, but there'd been an incident.
Understood.
Because I remember her saying to me, I was like, where do you want to go for lunch? And she was like, your favourite. Wagamama's, that is her favourite, not mine.
So
That's
now
where she
yours,
is
yes.
in this picture.
That's where the picture was taken, at Wagamama's.
It was the only place I could get her to go. But yeah, but we didn't.
No. So is this right? I just want to ensure that I heard you correctly. You would go around to her window when she was on Longview Ward.
Yep.
And see her and visit with her through the window, basically. Yep. Having noted, as we did earlier in your evidence, that when she was at the Priory Roehampton in particular,
Yep.
all of her clothes were kept locked away and she was observed according to a proper schedule.
Yes.
You would spend quite a period of time standing at Elise's window engaging with her, up to what, an hour and a half, 2 hours?
Oh, quite a long time, because there had been times where she'd said to them, oh, can I have a drink at some point?
Yes.
And she would be like, I haven't had my drink yet. And I'm standing there, my heart is racing, because I'm thinking, we haven't seen anybody, babe. But I can't say that to her.
So you would be standing there for a fairly substantial amount of time and observe that no one was coming to observe it.
Yeah, so afterwards I would ring them and be... Like, I think they was aware pretty much sometimes that I was there.
Yes.
They knew I did it. Right. But,
Yes. You also noted, I think, that you would observe when you visited her in that way that there was clothing all over her floor.
yeah, it looked like a normal teenage girl's
normal
bedroom,
teen
to be
bedroom.
fair, but with the point in that she was what she was doing.
Yes. And the obvious risks to her.
Well, yeah, because otherwise it wouldn't have been locked away when she was at Roehampton.
Yes, I understand.
And that's why they did it. So being able to know that she'd obviously been doing what she was doing and how many times she was doing it, you're literally giving her the tools for the job.
Yes,
And that terrified me. And I
Yes.
kept telling them that.
yes. One of the other things that the Trust's investigation report noted, it concluded, that report concluded that staffing levels during the shift were appropriate, but I see you shaking your head, you disagree.
100%.
It did also note that almost half of the staff on shift were new to the ward and unfamiliar with patients.
Yeah.
We note, given everything you have told us about your fears for the weekend and Elise's fear of the weekend, it being staffed primarily with bank or agency staff, that the 17th of April was a Saturday.
It was.
Those staff were found by the Trust's own investigation to have been unfamiliar with their own roles in the unit and that their roles were ill-defined. Another way of putting that, I think, was that they didn't know what they were supposed to be doing.
No. They were just heads.
There are also noted weaknesses around staff's response to the emergency situation. And an examination of Trust records show that a large number of staff who were involved had not completed mandatory resuscitation training.
You're with the most vulnerable people are there because that's what they want to do.
Yes. Vicky, one of the things that is not mentioned in the Trust's report, we just note for now, please, is anything about falsification of observation records.
Okay.
The serious incident report went on to make a number of recommendations, 11, I think, and you've listed the main ones in your witness statement. Essentially, various reviews are recommended, or the development of more robust systems around some of the weaknesses that we've just been through. You've heard nothing further about any of those?
No. From them, all I've had is that one report.
Yes.
Nothing before and nothing after.
Yes. Can we talk just briefly, please, about the Oxyvision system?
Yeah.
You know that to be a form of surveillance technology that was
Yes.
being utilised on Longview.
Yes.
But you tell us that before Elise was hospitalised, you knew nothing about it.
No, I didn't even know until not that long ago that it was even a thing. Because there's no way Elise wouldn't have liked it. And to be fair, I wouldn't have liked it.
No. Were you
Not at all.
Were you told anything about that surveillance system or the use of surveillance technology when Elise was admitted to Longview?
I think possibly, but not that it was like a monitoring thing. Do you know what I mean? Not
Yes.
that it was instead of people,
Yes.
that it was alongside, like,
A monitoring system.
yeah. Not that it had, I don't know, not instead of people.
Yes, I understand. You note that you now recall Elise mentioning that some of her friends on the ward referred to it as though they felt like they were being watched by Big Brother.
Mm-hmm.
and you say that you do now have concerns about the reliability and the suitability of that technology for use in inpatient mental health wards.
Well, yeah, because I'm not saying it should be instead of people,
Yes.
but technology led to it being obviously it not working on the iPads or whatever it was supposed to be doing.
Yes.
But also the ability to mute it or for it not to sound.
Yes.
Bearing in mind Elise was there for a good number of minutes.
Yes.
20 minimum, without anyone even being alarmed to it.
Yes, being alerted to the fact that
No.
the alarms were going off.
No.
They had been muted, and in fact, one of the other things that
I
you
don't know
learned...
how you should be able to do that.
Yes, so one of the things
The
you
idea
ask
is it tells you if someone's not well
Yes.
or needs support, and if it's not on, you don't know.
So your question is, why does it even have that function? Why does it have that option to mute? Yes.
Yeah.
One of the things you have noted, I think...
my views on it when they said it was more that it was like instead of disturbing them, like not when they're at their worst,
Yes.
but just to monitor as if like when you're in the hospital and they go around just checking your like levels and stuff,
Yes.
like just checking you without constantly disturbing you. Not that it
Disrupting.
would be to be used to monitor Elise's mental health.
Or her safety.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand.
And obviously Elisa's got physical problems, so for me, it probably, isn't, yeah, I don't know.
One of the things you learned, I think, from the serious incident report itself, is that, this is set out in that report, that the day after the 17th, so on the 18th of April, a senior leader from EPUT had visited Longview and found that the Oxyvision monitor was still muted. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes. You also understand that on the 11th of May 2021, there was an unannounced CQC inspection.
There was.
What do you know about that? What can you remember learning about that?
That it was deemed inadequate
Yes.
and closed.
You learned that a Section 31 order had, under the Health and Social Care Act...
Because there'd been a
was in place.
serious incident.
Yes.
That being my daughter's death.
Vicky, as long as you're all right to continue, I want to move on, if we can, to talk a little about the inquest. Are you all right to continue?
Yeah.
As we've noted, that took place in late April to late May 2025. You've
Yes.
described it as gruelling.
Yeah. One of the most painful things, other than obviously the actual losing of my daughter. I just want to add that
Yes.
when Elise had passed away, and I got the phone call eventually to go to the hospital,
Yes.
they never told us where Elise was. I just drove down the A12 hoping that I might find her.
Yes.
But I had absolutely no idea where she was.
Yes.
Nobody told us that much. They just said that Elise had been taken to the hospital, unresponsive. That's it.
Yes.
When I got to the hospital, they knew I was straight away, because I said to them, "You're going to tell me that my baby's dead, aren't you?" And they took me to this little bit, because they didn't even know how old Elise was. They thought she was a minor. I know she was 16, but, they thought she was, like, under 16.
Yes.
And she was on a children's, she was on a children's ward, like, in critical care.
Yes.
But I sat there, and there was a lady there, and then the nurse came out, and she said, "I know you are." She's having a CT scan, and I said to them, "You're going to tell me there's nothing left of my baby, aren't you?" I knew exactly what that meant.
Yes.
And they said to the lady who was there, I don't know who she was. Well, I'd recognise her, but I just, obviously, I know my daughter's gone. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And they told her to leave, and they went for a walk, and then she came back. And she was someone who was supposed to be doing Elise's one-to-one. So they put someone on her one-to-one when she was dead, but they didn't have anyone to put on one-to-one when she was dying. What the hell is that about?
When did you come to learn who that was? Later?
I worked it out, but
I see.
I was right. I recognised her, but at the time I'm like, oh, Dad's about to turn up. I've got to tell him. We had no idea. We knew that they'd been able to resuscitate her and that she was breathing, but we was waiting to find out what was going to happen.
Yes.
And they came and said, she's got no brain activity.
And Vicky, you explained that before you had been told that formally by doctors, you knew it already.
He was really kind. The people at Colchester were very kind.
Yes.
There was this really lovely man there, his name was Rocco, and he treated Elise like a little princess. Like, I know she was there, but she wasn't there.
Yes.
And he was like talking to her and making sure she brushed her teeth and stuff. I really looked after her.
Yes. With kindness.
I will never forget him, because more care was put into Elise when she was gone than it was when she was here.
Right. Vicky, one of the things that you and I have discussed in your preparation for your evidence today is the amount of time that this has dragged on for you. Investigation after investigation, after set of proceedings, after hearing, after another.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things you mention that just before the inquest, so I think about a month before, the trust made a formal admission in relation to Elise's care and treatment.
Yes.
You've set that out for us in your witness statement. What it amounts to is an admission that the trust failed in its responsibilities towards your daughter by allowing her to leave the social area and enter her bedroom alone.
Yes.
The trust accepted in that formal admission that those failings were causative of Elise's death.
Yes.
The jury at the inquest into Elise's death,
Were unanimous.
yes,
They were so lovely, them people. I had to thank them. When I was reading my statement, I could hear these people, strangers, listening to Elise's story. I could hear them crying
yes,
because she was just a kid who's died.
yes. What they say, and for your solicitor, I'm looking at the top of page 38, you don't need to go to it. What the jury said was this: we, the jury, unanimously agree that Elise's death could have been prevented or her life prolonged, if not for the multiple failings in her care whilst at St Albans.
Yeah.
The jury found two main factors that probably caused her death: poorly administered observations due to poor staffing levels, and falsified information on observation forms. That's the first. And the second, the ability to gain access to her room in an isolated area. And Vicky, I'm mindful that you expressed earlier a view that the coroner's report, the Prevention of Future Death reports that was issued in February 2026, you consider not to have been acted on either.
They're a waste of time. Because I've read ones before I've lost Elise,
Yes.
and they say the same things. And if they'd been acted upon, I would still be here, right? Well, I wouldn't be here. I'd be at home with my daughter.
Yes.
So just like Elise, I'll sit there for 5 weeks. The jury will be unanimous. And the outcome will be the same. So what is the point in putting me and my family through that pain
Yes.
for absolutely nothing all over again?
I think, Vicky, we have your evidence and we have the coroner's Prevention of Future Death report. I don't intend to take you through each of the matters that were listed.
Yep.
I'd like to move, please, to talk just briefly, or for as long as you would like to, about the impact on you because you write in your witness statement that you simply don't have the words to convey the enormity of the loss that you as a mother and you as a family have suffered. You tell us that none of us, talking about your family, are the same as you were.
How can we be? And she meant so much to us.
Of course.
My son got married last week, whatever it was. And it should have been a really happy day. But I had this looming over me.
Yes.
My son is 30 on Wednesday. We should have been doing something. Do you know what? We're not. Because everybody knows what I'm doing here today for Elise.
Yes, I understand.
My family can't. At the wedding, her sisters were bridesmaids. She should have been a bridesmaid. When Kelsey graduated and I got photos with her brother and sister, I'm always looking for Elise. And she's missing.
Of course.
She's gone.
Vicky, you have provided to us a number of photographs of Elise that we're going to look through in a few moments.
I've got about 11,000 of them on my phone. She's my everything.
Before I ask for those photographs to go up on the screen, I want to ask you, because you have set out some very succinct but comprehensive recommendations for change suggestions in your witness statement. Let's go through those.
Yep.
And then, as long as you're content, I'll be...
This is the most important thing. There is nothing now that can bring my daughter back to me. But as I've learned the hard way, no change is happening. It has to stop now.
If we look, please, if I can ask your solicitor to turn to page 46 of your witness statement. What you tell us at the top is that you've set out, there are many, many recommendations you would want to urge the chair to make. You have agreed, as I understand it, with those that have come from bereaved families before you, who've given their evidence to this inquiry. Yeah. What you have done in your witness statement is set out what you think are the most important and the most pressing in terms of urgency.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Like, not another 2 years.
So the first, looking at paragraph 148, is that you consider that all staff must undergo comprehensive training covering essential aspects of both physical health care and resuscitation.
Yes.
You say that it, and I think, given our discussions, my understanding is that it's almost unfathomable to you that you should be having to propose this as a recommendation, because to you this is so basic and so fundamental. You
I work in a shop, and I can tell you where the bleed kit is and the, I can't remember what it's called.
Defibrillator.
Yeah, I know exactly where they are.
Yes.
And I work in a shop.
Yes.
My daughter's on a mental health ward. And she wanted to die, and she can.
What you say, Vicky, is that this training should be thorough, ongoing and regularly refreshed.
Yes.
To ensure that staff remain knowledgeable and prepared to respond effectively in emergencies.
Yes.
You call for...
Should they not be medical professionals of some variety?
Thank you. You call for a thorough review of the use of Oxyvision on mental health inpatient wards.
Yeah, it needs to be taken out. No Oxyvision.
Say that again, I'm so sorry.
I don't think there should be Oxyvision.
You don't think it should be there at all?
Not.
Patients should be fully informed about all available treatment options.
Yes.
Do you want to expand on that at all? I think we've covered it mostly.
Yeah.
Families should be kept in the loop with the decision-making process.
Yes.
And
I
last,
think depending
go ahead.
on, like whether Elise, whether she was autistic,
Yes.
whether or not it's suitable that she is within the loop until you can explain it in a way that's not going to terrify them. Do you not think that, I think they said to her, oh, we're going to move you next week, and she's like, well, next week I ain't going to see my mum again, I ain't going to see this again. And she took the opportunity, and now she's gone.
Yes.
Do you think, no, I think that if I had to have lessons and I had to talk to my daughter, and I've been a mum for 30 years now, should they have not known how to speak to Elise?
Yes. I think part of what you want to say is this right, is that where an inpatient is an autistic person and where they, like Elise, struggle to process certain information, you should be given time. You knew her inside and out. You were hardwired into her system as her mother.
Yes.
And you would know that she shouldn't be given that kind of utterly terrifying news and then just left to try to cope with it.
Yes, yeah, so I think these conversations we should have had, like, without Elise there, and then we would discuss how we was going to approach this with Elise.
Yes.
Not
careful.
sit in a room. She's on the camera as well. This was at the children, whatever it was, on the Friday.
Yes.
Making these plans for her to be moved next week, whatever, and she's there. She's learning about it alongside me. The whole time I'm looking at her, and I am terrified.
Yes.
Because I know exactly what she's thinking. She was autistic. And I know she probably wouldn't be happy for me to discuss this, say this, really. But she didn't have the brain of a 16-year-old girl. She loved Harry Potter. She loved being silly. She was not ready to adult.
No.
In any way, shape or form. And they should have known that.
Yes. And then, Vicky, the last thing you say is that there should be a continuous and thorough review of a patient's physical health needs that should be maintained throughout their admission.
Yes.
You note, and this is something that I think we've been over, that physical health issues, Elise's physical health issues, were dismissed, overlooked or ignored, despite the fact that they significantly impacted her both physically and mentally.
She would try and tell people, as would I, about Elise, like that Elise is bleeding and things were getting worse. And do you
Yes.
know what people would say to her and to me? Is that it's anxiety.
Yes.
And I used to say to them, anxiety does not make you bleed. I have those pictures. My daughter was bleeding.
I understand. Those are your very comprehensive, very succinct recommendations. And Vicky, it is the case that I have now come to the end of my questions for you. Chair, do you have any particular questions for this witness?
I don't, thank you very much.
Vicky, go ahead.
I do believe that there is room to improve on handover. I think it's very dangerous time.
Handover is a dangerous time.
Yes, I think it should be that there's not just like one to the other. There needs to be a third wheel
Yes.
in the middle
Yes.
to observe and keep an eye, because they would all disappear. The alarms would go off. I'd be waiting to see these. I don't know if that's my kid. Do you know?
Yes.
But no one's watching them because it was like, it's like the height of they think, oh, there's no one about. Do you know? We're going to do so. They should never be on their own. Handover. There should be 3 parts to this, so that the children are never on their own.
So that there's some constant oversight.
Yes.
Yes, I understand.
Because handovers obviously wasn't very good
Yes.
when they did happen. They was either rushed or no one was listening, because obviously how did no one know that Elise was supposed to, that you'd had over Elise is meant to take this amount of medication, Elise's mood's been like this today, Elise has been like that, you know.
Understanding the information and the
All you're
history
doing
and the
is going,
triggers.
right, at 7 o'clock, give us some meds. Bye, I'm going to
Yes.
have my dinner. Whatever, that's how it feels like. The
Yes.
alarms are going off, they go, oh, dramatic. You know, something's happening to one of the kids. Because it didn't matter to them. Because when I sat there in a room with Elise with blood halfway up her eyes where she'd tied the ligature that tight, nobody looked worried in that room apart from me.
All right. Vicky, as long as you are content for me to do so, I'm going to ask now that the beautiful photographs of Elise that you've provided be put up on the screen, one after another. And once that's been done, that will be the conclusion of your evidence. All
Thank
right?
you. I'm sorry.
There's nothing to apologise for. Before we see those photographs, I want to thank you very much indeed for coming to give evidence. It's very important to us, and I'm very, very grateful.
I pray you help them kids. No, I mean it. Please. Don't let the blood be on your hands now. You can change things.
Could I ask, please, that we see the photographs now?
She loved her so much, you know. I don't have any pictures of them separate. Kelsey loves Elise, and Elise loves Kelsey so much. Does she look sad to you? Does she? No, she did. She was happy. I've got Flopsy. Whenever the boxes came back from the hospital, I was just looking for it. Zach made it for her when she was about 8, and she loved it. That's Zach and her when she was born. They used to hide in my bed, and I knew they were there. And I used to say to them, oh, I don't know where you are, but you need to go to bed. And the bed would go, and I'm like, oh, I'll have to look in your room. And then I'm like, anyway, she was well creative. I could hear her running, thinking of the train. And I had her running, going, Zachy! She was so excited for her brother to be there.
Vicky, thank you for sharing those with us. That does conclude your evidence. And Chair, I'd now only ask that this witness be released, and I understand that we'll sit again tomorrow at 10 a.m, please.
10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
indeed.